Well, good morning. If you're here in the U.S., we're waking up. Well, we're getting close to lunchtime here. But welcome aboard. Hey, it's been a few days, quite a few days since Sunday. A lot has gone on. Memorial Day and all of its stuff that goes with it, and remembrances and all, rightly so, by the way. And we are wrapping up a week in May, the last week. Come back Monday, it will be June. So welcome aboard Flying with Mike. Sorry we're not able to stream much. We're having a lot of problems with one company in particular. But we're just, I was going to stream a couple days, but Flight Factor just making it difficult. So we're kind of shelving anything from Flight Factor. And maybe one day they'll get things fixed back to how they were at least flyable. So, but anyway, we're not here to lambaste them. They've got a tough job trying to figure it all out since they've been playing the slots with their 777, hoping for a 777 and never, well, anyway. So we're going to fly Felis, and we're going to hop across the Indian Ocean here. Well, kind of, sort of. We're going from Penang, Thailand, over to Mumbai, and I am not about to try to pronounce the whole name of this airport, other than I'll either call it Mumbai, or as some of us may remember, Bombay, India. When the Brits, I think that was when the Brits had it. Don't quote me on that. Don't shoot arrows and all at me from India. But yeah, that's where we're going to go. Now, the intended stopping point on this journey, and we'll get to that also here in a second, was on the eastern side, VOMM, I think it was. But I decided, you know what, it's only an extra hour. Let's push it. So what we're doing here, we're flying. If anyone out there watches, I think, a really good show on CBS. Yeah, it's a reality show called The Amazing Race. 12, 13, 14, I don't know how many teams in all. Race literally around the world on a course, of course, they've set up, but and you have to when you think about it. Going from, in this season, from Los Angeles to Hong Kong to Osaka down to Bali, where we departed a couple weeks ago. Then they went to Dubai. That's a pretty hefty leg. So was the leg from Osaka to Bali. So we kind of breaking it up. They did kind of too. You find that sometimes your nonstop flights, which technically are faster than one that would stop, aren't going to get you there earlier. Why? Because they take off later. And you could get hung with delays. So it's a real neat show. Anyway, that part aside, then they do challenges in these countries and go to, I mean, it's just a fun show to watch. And if you're a geography buff like I am, oh, I love it. I would get lost most likely in these towns. I'd like to think my sense of direction would keep me from that. But when it's not in your language, gets a little tough. Oh, and my favorite episodes when they have to drive sticks. Oh, that's so fun. Anyway, that's what we're doing. So we're heading to Dubai, which was actually a pretty cool leg they had. And then we're headed somewhere else after. We'll kind of keep that under wrap. But so we got at least another flight after this to get to Dubai. We'll land in Mumbai and then head over to Dubai. Interesting. So that's where the thought process came from this. I mean, it's a great show to watch and then to take where the show goes and then incorporate it into flights here into the flight sim. I can't do the challenges and all that they have in between. Obviously, this is a flight simulator, not a race simulator. So, and even the racing simulators couldn't do it. So, but it's fun. It's a neat way to see other parts of the world, other types of controllers, and how things work out there. I highly recommend getting outside your country's boundaries and learning a little more about aviation from these folks. All right, so before this tug blows through our nose gear, he already did. Let's get up in the cockpit, brief this flight, what we're doing, and head on. I am going to open Discord up on this flight after departure. And feel free to join me. The link is there. We'd love to have you with our family in Discord. And our family over at YouTube. Love to get those subscriber counts up. Now, real quick, before we get into the brief, when you follow at Twitch, that is free. That's what we're on, obviously, Twitch. When you subscribe at YouTube, it's not like Twitch. That is like following. So it's a free deal. All you have to do is, if you so choose, tick notifications and you'll know when a new video comes out. We do not dual stream at this time, to where what you see on Twitch is showing at the same time on YouTube. A lot of questions about that still, and we'll keep it like it is. So plus it allows me to stagger video releases out during the week when I'm at work. So, all right. So now we'll stream today, Friday. Got to work tomorrow. Then Sunday, Monday, we become available again. Then Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. It's a crapshoot if I'll be able to stream or not. All right. That's how the scheduling goes. So we'll see if we can't get into the sky a little more often. But for now, just realize you will not see Flight Factor equipment here until they fix the SASL error and other things. It's just been a total nightmare of late with Flight Factor. So it's going to take a lot to get me back on board. And for now, I can guarantee you we'll never buy that 777. So too much money for too much hassle. All right, so here we go. All right, so as you can see, this is our flight here on Sim Toolkit. We have ATC currently here in Penang. I think there's, well, I don't know. Friday Night Ops is 10 Sinut, so I don't know if this is all part of that. So, now, of course, that is not the plane flying this route. That's what this tail number got put on for Singapore, a 777. All right, so today's loadout, 343 people. Okay, take these all with a grain of salt. You'll see what I mean. They've got cargo at 0 when they would be hauling cargo in those bays. 75,000 pounds of payload, block fuel 125. That too will vary. Again, the way this plane works, it varies. And there's our illustrious route. And it's a whopper. And yes, I do have a co-route, I hope. Otherwise, we get to put it all in. We're going to fly at Mach 0.85 at 36,000 feet, then step up at LEGIN to 38,000. I'm not sure where either of these are. We'll kind of zoom in here in a minute. Let's grab some weather, shall we? All right, Penang here, basically they say nothing significant, but yet it is raining cats and dogs, giraffes and elephants. So I don't know what they call no sig. But anyway, it's variable, 7,000 meters for visibility and a few clouds at 2,500. You read just that, yeah, you could get away with no sig. You look at all of those raindrops coming down on that windshield. Yeah, right. It's hard to believe. Now, over to Mumbai. Sorry, I can't. I'm just not going to even attempt it. We're looking at 3,000 meters in haze, 2,000 feet, few clouds, 2,500, some scattered clouds, 10,000 broken layer. So we're going to be coming in through some. I love all of this HTML at the end. I wonder how that got in there. Anyway, again, they're saying nothing significant, yet it is IFR there. I know when you look at it, it doesn't say, but the airport's reported IFR, unless it changed, which that can always happen. Nope, it's still being reported IFR. So, and they do have an ATIS. We're going to expect the ILS approach to runway 27 transition level 5500 and 240 at 8. That's a pretty good runway 27 with that. Visibility, and there's help spell it out. 3,000 meters, weather haze, clouds, temperature of 30, dew point 26. So trending, nothing significant. Trend, I like that. And then they tell you some interesting things for you, the pilot, to know. Radar, contact radar 132.7. After vacating contact ground, I believe that will be 121.9. That's a ground frequency that I find in a lot of airports. All right, so there you have it. Did I do that already? No, I did not. Bear with me a second. I'm going to put my flight plan into the hopper. Not to say that the hopper is going to be flying very quickly. And Singapore. Okay, all looks good. All right, got some data. I got to stick in here, like always, our RNAV data. And you're going, you don't have RNAV. Yeah, in this plane, I do. We'll explain, don't worry. Okay. Why? Well, we have these little gizmos down here, FMSs. We're not flying with INS. It's a great system. Don't get me wrong, and I am sure Felis is really good. But we had a bout with SIVAs many years ago that really, really just turned me from never using them again. To this day, I still won't use them. Even though I know Felis's work flawlessly, I ended up catching a code, not a cold, a code. I personally have a cold, but the INS caught a code and it could never be cleared. And It was really one of those you just even Siva couldn't figure it out. People, Carousel, I forget who actually made the software, but I was with them in emails with the maker of the 747 back then. We could not figure this code out. Why won't it clear? We did everything, and it should have cleared. And I understood all the tactics used. It didn't. So that's why we don't. It got very frustrating. It grounded an airplane I love to fly, and much like what's going on with another aircraft, the 767, and just frustrating to where I'm going to get to a point where I just don't want to fly them. And when that happens, it doesn't matter how great you make it, I will never come back. So you have to decide whether you will stay or go, or go. And it's that bad with them right now. Has been actually for better part of a year. So very disappointed. We pay money for what? Just anyway, if I get started, I won't be able to close the vent. So let's get started on the flight instead. Let that hash out where hopefully it will hash out. So again, we're flying from Malaysia to India, the west coast of India. That'll put us in for about 1,000-mile flight to Dubai. Once we get there, then we'll regroup, figure out if we need a stop en route to the next place or just fly it. So we'll find out. And it was actually a place in 30 years that Amazing Race has been on TV. They had never been, and it was fun. It was neat to see. So I love when those things happen. All right, so let's get to work. We got to get a plane up and going. Now, one caveat to this flight: I have had an individual uh, complaining to me that he can't hear the aircraft sounds. You're going to hear them today. I'm bringing up the X-plane sounds, and hopefully you hear them. If not, turn your hearing aids up. And I don't mean to be disrespectful. I'm going to be turned up, and you may not even hear the music in flight because of what I've got it set at. So, all right. Hopefully, I satisfy though. You know, he's a watcher. He's made a complaint, so I'm going to help. And hopefully he'll get to hear it. It's always this airplane. So my guess is I know what he's wanting to hear. So, all right, so let's get to work with it, shall we? Before I get going, hang on a second. And I want to explain something to him, but we need to get this plane going. Maybe. Where's Twitch? Come on, Twitch. Hello, wake up. Oh boy. There it goes. All right, there we go. That way, hopefully, I'll catch more messages than I miss. All right, so Felis 747-200. Crew of three. You got your captain and your first officer, affectionately called the pretty boys by me, because the work they do pales in comparison to the work this man or lady, actually probably man back then, but it could have been. I never know. I'm gonna be open-minded here. Uh, the major majority of the work was done here. I like to tell this. My dad said one flight that he took on one of these planes. Um, yeah, the two pretty boys stand there. Hey, glad to have you aboard. Hope you enjoyed the flight. Yeah, you know the parade wave and all as you go by. Um, a flight engineer came out sweating and like he had been working the beast, and he probably could be. I mean, when you've got a panel that looks like this, you got a lot of work. You've got electronics, electrics, air, galley power to worry about, fire suppression, hydraulics, pressurization, fuel, engines. They're monitoring engines performances and tweaking as they can. I mean, they're doing a lot back here, transferring fuel, watching your fuel pumps. That takes a lot. And sometimes you know how these machines can get very cranky. And he's got a lot of work sometimes ahead of him. While on the other hand, the two pretty boys, all they got to try and do is get you to your destination and hopefully land on the right airport's runway. Because that has happened even today with all the highly sophisticated avionics. They still end up at the wrong airport sometimes. So, but they had the SIVAs, which would have been here, and the SIVA, by the way, would look like, let me try and center on it. where you see 312.0 and then 0, that is what an INS looks like. 3 of them. Here's the kicker, though. Those guys had to stay on their toes, too, because while they had 3 units, they could only put 9 fixes in only 1 unit. You couldn't put 9 in this one, 9 in that one, 9 in this one, and it just goes on. No. Later, very later, very close to when we switch into FMCs and all, that ability did come, but not. So you could only do 9 fixes. So either you choose them along your airway the way you want them, or you put them in individually, and as one falls off, put another one in. And hope you didn't miss any numbers by just one. It's a lot to be off course. So that gives you an idea of what we're in. And now with Felis, you have all 3 positions that you, the user of the product, gets to be all 3 at once. So let's get to work, shall we? Now I have already got we'll start over here. When you come into the plane, real quick, you'll kick the battery switch and the standby power on. Otherwise, when you come over here to the EFB, yeah, I know they didn't have tablets back then. I've had you guys a couple times tell me that. I'm like, really? You really think? Huh? Really? Put the chocks on, connect your GPU and ACU. You won't hear these. Well, you won't hear ACU. So you won't hear GPU or chocks until you turn the battery into standby power. Once you connect, come over here, connect your external power by closing the circuit. Once they go green, you're on. You're now on ground power, powering the whole airplane. And with that, we begin our checks. Actually, I want to do one thing. Let's go ahead and load the plane here real quick. Okay, what I did is I clicked load calculator. Think of it as this, a calculator. All it's doing is calculating your numbers. Then we'll load it with the other apps. Hang on a second. We got 300 peeps. I'm going to go with 75% packs. Now you can increase, decrease by just moving up and down upper deck cabin, cabin 1, 2, 3, and 4, and it shows you where these are by manipulating the numbers here. 292. I kind of like that number. Now let's go to the cargo preset of 25%. That put about 30,000 pounds on us, okay? Again, cargo 1, 2, 3, 4 beneath the plane, bulk. Now, the goal, we're going to shoot for it, but I think we're already way over it. 462,149. That's our zero fuel weight in pounds. We're already at 481,129. Again, you can manipulate the cargo if you want. I personally like to go with more cargo, with 30,000 pounds or more of cargo and a people load, so that most of that cargo is paying for the flight. All right, we're flying a flight that's 2,000 miles long. And we'll add 50 desired flight level. Let's go 380. All right, tailwind, headwind. Now, if you watch your total fuel in the middle box here, if it goes up, you've got a tailwind. No, wait, headwind. My bad. You're pushing into the wind, so obviously that means you're going to need a little more fuel in those engines to do it. If the number goes down, you have a tailwind. Our case, we have a 087 at 37. That's our averaged out wind. So obviously from the east pushing to the west, and we're flying from the east to the west. Hey, we got a tailwind. All right, so we'll go up to 30. And you can see we dropped almost 10,000 pounds. Now I'm going to run with a contingency of at least 10%, taxi at least 30, 20 out, 10 in. And our estimated fuel was 125. Now, when I end up lower than our estimated fuel, I begin bumping it. Oh, we didn't put our alternate in yet. Our alternate, I have no idea the name of this place. And I still don't. Pune, Pune, India. Forgot all about that one. And the mileage to that one looks like 117. Now, all of a sudden, we're over that number, but I'm still a little leery. So I'm going to give us a little more contingent, 15%, just to be certain we don't have a fuel issue. I guess I should be a good person and just fly with what dispatch says. All right, so there we go. Now we're all set. Here's our final numbers: 292, 94,000 pounds of payload, zero fuel weight, 481,000, and our CGs. Here's what the load sheet looks like. As promised, 30,000 in the compartments below, 64 above. Wish it would stop doing that. And there's what we trim out at. Okay, so now let's click home and let's begin loading the plane. Always click load data sheet. Now you can see we have way too much fuel on board. I don't know why it's doing this all of a sudden. I don't like it, but it's what we've got to deal with. So instead of the drain and this, I just instantly put it in. Boom, we're at our number. Payload, on the other hand, we'll treat differently. So we have people to board 292. Again, click use load data sheet. There's our cargo to load. Now you can load it where it's more or less realistic. The cargo goes in pretty doggone quick. The people, they go in about the right pace. You don't believe me when you see how long it takes to board? Just sit at a gate and watch how long it takes. There are always stragglers who think they are super special people. The plane will wait on them. Oh, it's so much fun to see the door close. And they go, don't close. And they close it and they go, but I need on that plane. But it's sitting right there. But I know you don't get on the flight's closed. But the plane is still there. Why can't I get on it? Yeah, you know, should have got there 2 hours early. Should have done a lot of things. Or get a private jet and they'll wait on you. I don't think you have the money for them to wait, but you know, hey. All right, so we're going to click load. Now the cool thing is when you click load and board here, well, not board, but load, once the car goes on board, the doors will actually close. Obviously, that won't happen with the main door because obviously more things happen. While they're coming on, I'm going to begin to do my tests. Okay, APU is good. Matter of fact, let's go ahead and crank that sucker up. Just waiting on the door to close or to open. And if you look up here in the upper left, you'll see it spooling and the EG or RPMs coming up. When they get to 100, EGT will have settled, everything will have settled, and we can kick it onto the generator. All right. We're on the APU generator. Let's put that on. The bleed. Trim air is already on. I take that back. It was not on. That was my bad. And then some packs. All right, let's continue on down the line. Okay, galley power is set so they can start keeping all the food warmed and chilled and all of that good stuff. Compartments are warming up or cooling down, probably cooling down here. And let's now I recommend for the engine fire check, come all the way back to the circuit board, point of view towards the front, because you can see those handles hanging above their head. And then squibs. Okay, and one more cargo. Good. All right, and then I just reset and come back. Okay, everything else good. Basically, if it says test, test it. Because if you use the checklist program, it's going to go through them all. Oh. Test. Just testing the brake temperature indicators. Okay, coming on down. A little test that I always forget right here. Okay. All right, now fuel pumps. Okay, let's first do reset for the used. Okay. Just testing the gauges real quick. And then we'll check the cross feeds. Okay, so we've got everything checked. The only thing we haven't tested is the fuel pumps. I'll explain why the center tank's press lights didn't go out. There's no fuel in them. All right, everything looks good here. Push over. And our engines and all look good. Oil quantities over 6. Just doing a quick light bulb check, make sure they all work. All right, now we'll push over here. Nav. Okay. Make sure any skid, body gear good. Coming down. Sorry if I sniffle in your ears. My apology. Another wheel tech. Okay. CVR. Okay. Emergency lights armed. Okay, coming on down. Everything looks good. Test. Okay, and my lights are set. They all look good. And light bulbs all checked there and there. Okay, in the middle. All right, here's where it gets fun. I know you're going, it gets fun. We need to pull up ILS. Runway 4 works. All we need is just the frequency, 109. Okay, 1099. Now, we don't need to even worry about up here, even though I think we're still kind of sort of set. All we're doing is first set our panel lights, radio nav or radio INS radio. Now we're going to do what's called an up, left, down, right on both sides. We're going to start with this side. So when you click up and left, we should see the needle go left, and we should get an up indication on the primary display. Down on the HSI, likewise. We'll see. Okay, up and up. Okay. Now down right. Now most likely we won't see a localizer move very much, but we'll see the down indication. Cool. All right. And we'll go ahead just for fun, have it set up over here now. When we get to it, flight director, just check the bars come on. Flight auto throttles off, autopilot's off. Heading, for now, we'll set it 042. Might as well while we're here. We're on heading. Courses, we'll worry about. Vertical speed should be at 0. And yes, you can read where you set it. I don't think 50,000 is a good start point. Let's try 5,000. And we'll explain why there. Off on the out hold select, and our selector for how we climb is off. Flight director bars moved, and hang on a second. Let's get some light on the subject over here. There we go. And then we'll do the same thing, up, left, down, right. There's up left. Hold it long enough to see. Okay, I don't know if I saw it. And radio INS is there. Good. All right, now we're just going to check row by row, going through here. Everything looks good. Do a test. Hang on a second. Test. Okay, good test. Altimeter is set for now. We'll get a better check in a minute. All right, push test. Now, if you're not at 0, it won't give you an indication. It'll only occur on this side, the captain. All right. Everything looks good. I'll be right back. All right, sorry for that, folks. Whew. Okay, we left off with the instruments. Get a reset here. Okay, altitude alert. Remember I said I set it from 50,000 to here? Here's why. We push the button and we turn it down. That's telling us we're within 1,000 feet. Oh. And I usually set it at or around 5,000, or depending the altitude I'm at an airport. And the reason being is the not for that test right there. This one you never hear on Flying with Mike.
Pull up. Glide slope. Glide slope.
Absolutely never
Pull
hear
up.
these.
Glide slope. Glide slope. Pull up. Glide slope. Glide slope.
Rudder ratio checking. Looks good. All right, basically we have everything we checked here on the co-pilot side. Okay, and we'll just continue over. We'll test the radar altimeter, but it won't sound. Coming back, looks good. Gear down, 1 green, that's all you get. Continuing. Everything looks good. Warm up the radar screen. We'll come back to the FMSs in a second. And real quick, okay, we're flaps 0, 0, 0. Spoilers are down. Parking brake set. And we're ready to go. Radar is on standby, as is the transponder. And I'm going to go ahead and switch us into go around. And that, folks, is the pre-trip. Now, let's get right into this and get these FMCs up and going, because our passengers want to go. So does the pilot. Company all the way to the bottom. VABB1. All right, now here's where we get into the fun. We bring in charts. All right, so we're going to come off on what's called OBC, OB1 Kenobi. I mean, OB1C. We're going to come off 042 at 3,100 feet or higher. Turn 305 direct to the intercept off Penang to Ombok. Okay, 335 is what will be enter. So if you were INSing, this would be where you're flying the airplane, VOR to VOR in this case. Ombok, you would have had, and the old charts would have told you the chords. And then from there, it's coordinates all the way to your star in. Most stars today, and I'm not talking the stars of Bollywood or Hollywood, I'm talking the stars and SIDS of aviation world. They, in the past, would have had conventional, what I call, approaches. Today, they're mostly RNAV. Fix to fix to fix to fix. And these fixes don't have necessarily coordinates. So you would be getting vectored, or you'd fly the conventional SID or star. And by conventional, again, you could fly VOR, NDB, and such to get to point. Because 042, now while they don't put a, notice they don't put a DME on it. However, 305 to intercept 335 to the 30-mile point off Penang. Okay, now let's look at it in the FMC, because we can do RNAV in this situation. Okay, RNAV. Next page. All right, there's our flight. Okay. However, I like to come in here and make sure we select runway 4 and the OMB Ombok 1 Charlie, the OB Kenobi 1 Charlie. And I know if you haven't seen Star Wars, that was total Greek to you. Not Latin, Greek. Sorry, couldn't resist. Okay, so that gets us on to KAPKO. Where's KAPKO, by the way? Hang on a second. Where the heck is KAPKO? That's funny. It doesn't show up on the chart here. Oh, I see. 15 miles to KAPKO. I got it. Okay. Like, where is this on the chart? All right, so we're going to KAPKO, and then we just kind of go to VPL, and all of these would have had coordinates you could put in, or you would kind of, work with it all the way over. All right, so let's get back here and go to legs. Make sure on book, KAPKO. VPL, ARCBO, Givel. Mapso, let's see, Givel, Duncan. Next page will be starting with Mapso, Minute, Ingrix. And I highly recommend you make sure these are all in here, or you understand that maybe you're going to be out in the dark. Legion and Dunbar. Okay. And now we're starting to get to India. By the way, we were aiming for this airport, and I just said, it's an hour more, go for it. So VATMO, Grass VIRAM up here, and you can see we're very close to starting our arrival. Where's Doram? Bogot, Angela. Okay, let's go back to departure arrival. All right. Here's the arrival coming in. Again, we're planning 27 left. So that will be, is that Mongol? Mulgo to Alpha, and then we'll intercept for 27. Okay. All right, so we said the ILS. Now here's a neat thing with this. You can see how we can set this up and see what matches in. SimBrief has come out with, if you got that newsletter email showing you what you can do now with it, avoid certain SIGs and AirMets and TFRs if you're so, sorry, I needed the Java in me. You can set it up to avoid those, your flight plans. So it's pretty, I'm going to do one here soon with it. Okay. But anyway, so this is showing what we got. We're going with the ILS. Oh, there's two ILSs? Okay, what's the difference? Ah, no, we don't want that. I think that's the one we want. Yankee. Now I gotta hang on a second. So we're coming over here to M395. All right, when you're in doubt like this, what I do, go to here and select, I don't know what BB1, 2, I'm just going to do final. Let me show you what that sets up. Oh, I said close. So we're going to be way out here intercepting to come in. Okay. Now, if we're lucky, we can just go from Licta straight up to the localizer. We'll see. However, let's turn our attention back over here to the FMC. Next page, ILS, we did the Yunk. Oh, Zulu. And all right, so legs, get back to where we were. Okay, now let's just look at it here on the chart. Angela, Beetle, Mulgo, 12,000 feet or higher. Okay, that's actually in there. Douged Lichta MB395. Actually, yeah. And then we're vectoring to the localizer. Okay. And then onto the runway out to BBB, wherever BBB is. Oh, that's the VOR. And then we could fly the normal, what you find in Europe for a lot of airports. Okay, cool. That'll work. That's not the one I wanted, but yeah, it'll work out. Okay, flight plan. Hey, we're just about ready to crank it up, folks. Let's get rid of charts real quick. And VNAV. Oh boy, what's our transition level here? We don't have an ATIS. Oh yeah, we do. But they don't give us a transition level. Okay. How about 11,000? That'll work. Okay, we're ready to go. Oh no, we're not. Next page. Initial climb 3, 6, 1, 2, 3. All right, now we're ready to go. All right, and put that there, put that up here with progress. Okay, and legs. All right, that gets us just about ready to go. So we have loaded 14 crew members, 292 people, 30,000 pounds. They're ready to go. Let's go over here and you can see our doors are closed except for the main door. So we're ready to go for the most part. Let's run one of the checklists here.
Before start checklist, please.
And yes, I run these
Gear
to make sure
lever
I
and
don't
lights.
forget something.
Down and check. Brakes. Parked. Start levers. Off. Radios. On and check. Flight control hydraulic power. On. INS. Check and nav. Compasses. Slaved. Window heat. On. Seatbelts and no smoking. On. Emergency lights. Armed. Exterior lights. Check. Flight instruments. Hold on.
All right, when it tells you to hold on, that's when you got to start thinking, what did I not set? Okay, 16.2. Okay. Okay. All right, let's do it. Continuing. Let's get over here. Okay, we can't find what flight instruments.
Altimeters and clocks. 1011. Set and cross-check. Radio INS switches. Radio. Radar and transponder. Standby. Indicator lights. Check. Engine and wing anti-ice. Off. Stall warning. Check. Mach airspeed warning. Check. Auto brakes. Check and off. Body gear steering. Arm. Anti-skid. On. Autopilot and flight director. Check and off. Takeoff warning. Hold on. Check. Auto flight enunciators. Check. GPWS. Check. Instrument warning. Check. Flight director computer selectors. Check. Instrument source selectors. Normal. Reserve brake valve. Closed. Spoilers. Down. Static selectors. Normal. Oxygen mask and regulator. Check and emergency off. Brake pressure. Check. Stabilizer trim. Check and on. Rudder and aileron trim. Check. Checklist completed.
All right, the auto brakes. The big thing there, I know a lot of you are going, well, we need those set to max. Doesn't work that way, I guess, in this plane. I would have thought the same thing like we do Airbus. We don't have a reject selection like most Boeings have. Airbus doesn't. So they prefer them off. Or at least in this, what Felis wants here. Let's go to the next list, get this going.
Battery.
Some of this
On.
I will have to
APU
intervene.
panel. Check. Auxiliary power. Check. Engine oil quantity. Check. Fuel quantity. 130,269 pounds. Fuel panel. This. Check and set. Pressurization controls. Check and set. Bleed controls. Check and set. Hydraulic quantity. Check. EPR computer. Go around. Circuit breakers. Check. Indicator lights. Check. Electrical panel. Check and set. Air conditioning controls. Check and set. Fire control and wing overheat panels. Check and set. Equipment cooling. Check. Passenger oxygen. Check. Hydraulic panel. Check and set. Fuel jettison panel. Check. Crew oxygen. On. Oxygen mask and regulator. Check and emergency off. ADPs off. Checklist completed.
All right, that's our cue. Let's get online. First off, knowing there was a lot of activity here. Oh boy. I'm hoping nobody's in my spot. All right, we are Singapore 572. All right. All right, we are online, and so is Penang. Ground tower and center, 121.6. Got that set. Tower will be 100, okay. And then 32.8, got it. Got a feeling we're not going to get a PDC. Okay. I really hate when it pops around like this. It makes it hard sometimes to keep up. All right, so we're ready to push. Oh, no, we're not. Let me get the ACARS running first. All right, connected. Let me just double check with the airline.
Ground, Firefly 339. Firefly 339, go ahead, sir. Hey, bertukar ke tu? Firefly 339, would like to request ATC clearance to Langkawi, POB 68, currently with information hotel. Firefly 339 info hotel is correct. Can confirm level 140 to Langkawi? Confirm 140, Firefly 339. Firefly 339 complete, ATC clear to Langkawi via Ombok 1 Alpha departure, runway 04, climb 6,000 feet, squawk 2665. Clear to Langkawi via Ombok 1 Alpha departure, runway 04, climb 6,000 feet, squawk 2665, flight level 140, Firefly 339. Firefly 339, readback is correct. Break Prosper 456, vacate left Delta. Thereafter taxi left Alpha. Once vacated, contact Penang ground 121.6. Good day.
Okay, that confused me. We're on ground.
And confirm the frequency is 121.6. Prosper 456, good day. Penang ground, Prosper 456, vacate Delta. Prosper 456, continue taxi Alpha, Golf for stand number Alpha 2. Continue Alpha, Golf and for stand Alpha 2, Prosper 456.
And ground Singapore 572 Heavy with information hotel request clearance to Mumbai, India.
Hello, Singapore 572, Penang ground. Good morning. Your clearance, you are cleared to Mumbai via Ombok 1 Charlie departure, runway 04, initially climb 6,000 feet, squawk 2601.
One more time with the squawk code for Singapore 572.
Singapore 572, the squawk code 2601.
Copy, thanks. We're cleared Singapore 572 via the Ombak 1 Charlie departure off runway 4, 6,000 initially. We'll have 2601 in the box, and we're ready to push.
Roger, Singapore 572 readback is correct, and push and start is approved, facing west.
Okay, push and start approved, face west, Singapore 572.
Ground to cockpit, tow is driving up.
Ground to cockpit. Please show me where you want to go.
Whisper 456 recleared via hotel, host the number Bravo 7.
Via hotel, the number Bravo 7. Prosper 456.
Ground to cockpit. Tow is
Thank
driving
you.
up. Okay, all doors and hatches are closed. Ready to connect.
Penang ground, Prosper 456, request
Cockpit
Park
to ground. Remove the
at-
chocks.
parking stand Bravo 2.
Bravo 2,
Chocks removed.
where's done? Oh, Bravo 2 is in the back.
I'm sorry, no problem, Bravo 7, Prosper 456.
Bravo 5 pun boleh.
Tow connected and bypass pin inserted. Release parking brake.
Penang ground, hello again.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is your captain speaking. On behalf of the entire crew, welcome aboard the Boeing 747 Classic. We will depart shortly after we have our clearance and the cabin crew is finished with their preparations. For now, I wish you a
Stand
pleasant
by for
flight, and I will be
clearance.
back during the flight with further
FedEx
flight information.
5148.
Starting pushback, and you may start engines.
Cockpit to ground. Disconnect ground power. Parking brake released.
Ground power disconnected.
Oops. Fuel pumps all on.
FedEx 5148, your clearance.
Ready to start the engines.
Be ready, 5148.
Ready for engine start.
FedEx 5148
Starting
is cleared
engine
to
3.
Singapore
Start
via
above
Bogor
all.
1 Alpha departure, runway 04, flight level 330, squawk 2634.
Victim to Singapore via Bogor 1 Alpha departure, runway
Ground
04,
defend, man
flight
2.
level 330, and squawk 2634, FedEx 5148.
Fuel on. light up.
FedEx 5148, readback is correct.
Starter off. Engine stabilized.
Starting engine 4.
Starter valve open. %, and 2.
Fuel on, light up.
Operation complete. Go ahead and set the parking brake.
FedEx 5148.
Parking brake set.
Disconnecting tow. Stand by.
Engine
FedEx
stabilized.
5148, push
Starting
and
engine 1.
start is approved, facing
Starter valve open.
east.
Push and start up facing east. FedEx 5148.
%, and 2.
Fuel on, light up. Starting engine 2.
Starter valve open. Starter off. 20%, and 2.
Fuel on, light up.
Engine stabilized.
Tow is disconnected and bypass pin has been removed. Hand signal on the right. We'll see you next time and have a safe flight.
Starter off. Engine stabilized.
Okay, about to get the pins and we'll be ready to go. Okay, everything's stable up here.
Cabin crew, arm slides.
All doors are closed and armed. Ladies and gentlemen, this is your chief flight attendant.
Okay, let's get these engines going here.
Please take your seats and fasten your seatbelt. Also make sure that your tray table has been stowed away and the back of your seat is in the upright position. We request your full attention.
Okay.
Our cabin crew will demonstrate the safety features of this aircraft. When the seatbelt sign illuminates, you must fasten your seatbelt. Insert the metal fittings one into the other and tighten by pulling the loose end of the strap. To release your seatbelt, lift the upper portion of the buckle. We recommend that you keep your seatbelt fastened while in your seat. If you are seated next to the emergency exit, please read the instructions on the safety aboard card. You will find it in the seat pocket in front of you. If you do not wish to perform
After start checklist.
described in the event of an emergency,
Flight recorder.
the flight attendant to
On,
Start switches.
off,
Beacon lights.
on,
Brake pressure.
check.
Start levers.
Idle detent,
Engine anti-ice.
off.
Electrical panel. Check. Pack
Penang
valve.
ground, Prosper 456,
Open.
closing down.
Dual
Thank
warning
you for
lights.
your service. Good
Out.
day.
Hydraulic panel.
Welcome, sir.
Check.
Good day.
Flight recorder. On. After start checklist completed.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Flaps 10.
Although the bag does not inflate, oxygen is flowing to the mouth. If you are traveling with
Okay, we got 11,000 foot runway.
please secure your
Airport's 10 feet above. 40. Temperature again. 30. Barometric pressure 2988. Wind.
Be ready for taxi FedEx 5148.
FedEx 5148, taxi to holding point Alpha 04 via Foxtrot and Alpha.
Foxtrot at Alpha to Alpha 04 FedEx 5148.
Taxi checklist, please.
Flaps. Flaps 10.
Flaps 10.
Takeoff data, EPR and airspeed bugs.
Hold on.
Stabilizer trim.
Set in green band.
Probe heat.
Hold on. On.
Flight controls.
Hold on. Check.
Yaw dampers.
Check.
Seatbelt and shoulder harness.
Check.
APU. Off. Fuel heat. Off. Totalizer and gross weight. Set. Flight engineer and pilot panels. Check. Aft cargo heat. Normal. Seatbelt and shoulder harness. Check. Taxi checklist completed.
In and ground, flight 339er, currently at Bravo 4, requesting push and start.
Flight 339er, push and start is approved.
Push and start approved, flight 339er. Thank you.
And ground, Singapore 572, ready to taxi for runway 4.
Singapore 572, taxi to holding point Alpha 04 via Foxtrot and Alpha.
Foxtrot Alpha to Alpha 4 and hold short, Singapore 572.
FedEx 5148, contact Penang Tower 122, collision 121,
Parking
decimal
brake
1.
released.
Tower 121 decimal 1. Thank you very much. Good day, FedEx 5148.
You're welcome, sir. Thank you for coming to Penang.
Cabin ready.
Singapore 572, contact Penang Tower 121.1.
121.1 Singapore 572. Thanks.
You're welcome. Bye-bye.
Singapore Tower, correction, Penang Tower, Singapore 572, ready to go, runway 4, Alpha 4.
Singapore 572, Penang Tower, good morning, sir. And line up runway 04 initially.
Line up and wait 04 for 572. Oh my gosh.
Cabin crew, take your seats.
Singapore 572, wind variable 02 knots, runway 04, cleared for takeoff.
Clear for takeoff, Singapore 572.
Stabilized. Cross set.
knots. V1, rotate. Positive rate. Gear up. Gears up.
Singapore 572, monitor 122.8. Good day. See ya.
See ya. Over to 122.8, Singapore 572.
Singapore 5072. Good day, sir.
Flaps 5.
Good day, sir.
And Singapore
Flaps
572, for your information, no radar. You can climb directly at flight level 360. Sorry for not notifying you that.
Not a problem. We'll go to flight level 360, Singapore 572. Y'all have a great day.
You too. Bye-bye. Thank you for coming.
Flaps up.
Penang Tower, Firefly 3671, expect with ILS runway 04.
Firefly 3671 Tower sir. Belum upgrade lagi jadi radar, tak boleh vector. Dan awak vector sendiri je
Huh, lot going on. Got her set EPR, yes, and climbing. All right. All right, we are headed out off. I didn't know this was actually an island. But anyway, we're coming off the island, headed up to Ombak, and on our way to Mumbai. Running about a half hour behind schedule of what I wanted to run.
10,000.
But we're doing pretty good nonetheless. Hang on a second here. .307. Okay. Okay, we're about to intercept. Run this checklist here real quick.
After takeoff checklist. Gear lever. Off. Landing and logo lights. Damn. Off. Ignition. Check. Seat belts and no smoking sign. Check. Back valves. Open. Fuel heat. Let's see. Auto. After takeoff checklist completed.
All right, we're on our way. We're starting to break out of the haze and getting up to flight level slowly. All right, we're on our way. I hope y'all enjoyed. I hope y'all could hear it better and so forth. All right, we're on our way. Hope y'all enjoy the flight. Let's see what the overlay says. Looks like about 3.5 hours over to Mumbai. Hope y'all enjoy the flight. What did I do wrong besides... All right, I know what I did wrong, and sorry for coughing in your ears if I did. Oh, it's cold. Oh, anyway, I know what I did wrong. Hang on a second. We're about to click that back in. Okay, now we've recovered. Yeah, we screwed that one up. We forgot to put it in climb and watch our speed to go to IAS, or indicated airspeeds, and lo and behold, we oversped the aircraft. But the good thing is it's flight sim, we're allowed to make those mistakes. So I hope y'all enjoy the flight. We're on to Mumbai. And I hope y'all are hearing the aircraft a little better. Any higher, the aircraft will be louder than my voice. So hopefully you got to hear a lot of that. And if it was too loud, my apologies. I will take that too in the chat room over on YouTube or Twitch. So thank you again. We're 10 minutes out of Penang and headed for Mumbai in about, well, now we're just under 4 hours. So we'll see how this all works out. We still got a good 15,000 feet to climb up, so enjoy. That's interesting. I just read F&O here in Tansanat. Maybe that was for the Far East. F&O tonight is in Seattle. So must be a couple of them going on today. So, but anyway, I hope you enjoyed that departure. Hey, we had some controllers. Right now, we have controllers in Mumbai if they hang around for 3 hours. If not, well, we may not. So. All right, we're crossing VPL Langwiki VOR and getting ready to head out completely into the Indian Ocean after we pass those two islands. All right, so enjoy the flight, and we'll be chatting with you along the way. But for the most part, I just like folks to just kind of, you know, it's been a week. It's always a week. Now, those of you in the U.S. can't really complain too much, although you can still have rough weeks. You only had 4 days, some still on a break. But y'all deserve a break. Y'all deserve a little chill out time before you enjoy your Friday nights. That's where we step in, and I hope y'all enjoyed just listening to the music and cruising along as we head to India, Eastern India to be specific. All right, we've reached top of climb. We're settling in here at 36,000. I got to do a couple things here, like look for our step climb, but hang on a second. Let's be nice.
Captain has turned off the fasten seatbelt sign. However, we recommend keep your seatbelt fastened while in your seat. In a few moments, the cabin crew will be passing through the cabin with hot or cold drinks, as well as a light meal. Alcoholic drinks are also available at a nominal charge. Sit back and relax and enjoy the flight.
All right, so there you have it. The nice wing view that comes with the aircraft. Great wing view. But anyway, we're on our way. We got about 3 hours, 10 minutes or so to go. And that, of course, will vary when we start descending. Sometimes it'll look like we haven't gone anywhere. We have, but it just by clock, we haven't. So, but anyway, we are in cruise. Make sure the EPR is set in cruise, the radar is set, and we'll knock it down. Tilt on 1. Currently, nothing showing. So we got a nice, easy flight ahead. Like I said, I was planning to land on the eastern side, but I thought, you know what? Let's just go for it. Just take an extra hour, cross that continent there of India up to Mumbai, bring it in there. For those of you going to the break, if the break is too many commercials in your opinion, my apologies up front. But if you subscribe to the channel, you not only help us out, but you get yourself ad-free viewing, helping us out to get equipment or stuff, or at the time right now, helping us through some troubling times as we're going through everyone's struggles right now with inflation and all of that. So we'd sure appreciate it. By the way, yes, Twitch offers you a free way to do this. Hang on a second. Okay. Pulled the scab off. I was going, oh, that's smart or not. And yeah, it's not bleeding. So, but anyway, they offer you a free way. Well, you got to pay for it, but it blankets you across all streamers. Sounds great, doesn't it? But we, the content providers, the streamers, get so fractional amount of that. It's pathetic. So that's why I ask, if you're gonna do that, we would love for you to subscribe to the channel. But for sure, if you're new, we'd love for you to follow us. That is free and only costs you an email if you have notifications set up on your when you hit follow. Otherwise, we're going to keep going. Now, if you're catching this on YouTube, a little different terminology over there, where when you follow here on Twitch, where we are always going to be live, you can interact with us. Come, if I've got Discord open, you can come into Discord, chat with us, ask questions, just, you know, just be respectful. This is a family-friendly channel, so don't be shocked if we say something if you're going out of line. Now, like I said, following and subscribing in Twitch. Follow means it's free. You're just following the channel, so you know when it goes live, you can come in, support, and say, hey, I'm here. Love you when you do that. Subscribing, yes, that's where you pay whatever the current fees are. I think my numbers may be off, so please check in before. Now, if you're on the YouTube side of the house, subscribing in YouTube is free. Okay, that is equivalent to following. It basically is going to tell you when your content provider has either released a video or is live or whatever. Okay, now if they get monetized and so choose, they can set up other ways to where you can then pay them that way. But by subscribing, you are not paying any money for that. Little different terminology, obviously different platforms. So just wanted to let you know. So we're going to continue on here. We got about 3 hours-ish to our destination, and I really do hope you enjoy this flight. We are at Mach 0.85, cruising above the Indian Ocean, and hope you enjoy. Any questions, comments, please leave them in the comments. By the way, if you're on YouTube, I do get and read most every comment that comes in. I've only missed a couple, I think. But I've definitely got those that have said, hey, turn up the in-game audio all the way. Well, that's no longer on my screen. I have now broken it down to different pieces of the stream to better micromanage, if you will. For instance, the sounds coming from the game, sounds coming from the controllers, hallelujah, to turn them down on y'all. Some of you love hearing them. Some of you are like, they're as obnoxious to you, the audience, as they are to the pilots listening to them. The Spotify music you hear, and other things across the sim. Oh, just realized that should not be turned down. And Discord, I can raise and lower how it comes through the stream. So welcome aboard. Thank you so much for flying with us, and we're glad to have you aboard. All right. Looking like a great flight here. Enjoy the flight. We're just going to be sitting on the side here watching the chat room. Any questions, comments, let me know. Feel free to come into our Discord channel. I don't think I've seen that in a while come up, so let me put that out there. And keep this always in the back of your mind, the verse that we have for today. It's a really, well, you got to spell it right there, Captain. But, you know, if you trust in the Lord with all of your heart, do not lean on what you understand. In all your ways, acknowledge Him. He will make straight your paths. You know, we like to think sometimes we got it. We got this. Right? We all say that. We got this. We really don't. What we should be doing is first going to God and saying, do we got this? And letting God say, I got this. And God definitely has it and will straighten your paths. Because when you go the wrong way, now God's got to do a lot to get you back where you need to be. That's where that free will thing comes in. So trust in the Lord with all your heart. Do not lean on your own understandings. In all your ways, acknowledge Him, God, and He will make straight your paths. From Proverbs, you know, it's a great chapter of the Bible. Not chapter, book of the Bible. King Solomon wrote many of them. And one of the wisest people ever to walk the earth. And that's because he was given a choice by God to have all the riches, have whatever he wanted, and instead he chose for wisdom. And God said, for basically choosing wisely, I will grant that. And eventually he would get all the riches, all the power, become one of the most powerful people that ever was on the earth. And what a great story of King Solomon. And of course, like all the kings, including David, who fell also, but caught himself, if you will, repented. While the Lord didn't bless him with the temple, he repented, and the Lord blessed him with his name being the king throughout history of all the other kings. And they too were not all that great. So I hope you keep that in the back of your mind. The book of Proverbs is basically, you could read one a day every month. Basically, you would read them all the way through. One chapter each day in each month. And then you would start over the next month back at Proverb 1. I think there's 29 in all, 30 tops. So, yeah, one chapter a day. And they're really, really, when you read through them, they hit at the core. They are really well done Proverbs of things to live by, if you will. So, many a preacher says they started their day off reading one chapter of Psalms, one chapter of Proverbs, and wherever else they were reading in the Bible as their Bible studies, for those curious how that works. That's a really good Bible plan when you think about it. Whatever, like right now, I'm reading the entire Bible technically and probably will around 310 days end. It was set up so that if you needed to take a break, you could. Where many plans, you got to, every day, and you feel compelled not only, to even when you don't have it in you because of sicknesses or because life is just so pounding down, but you still feel you got to get in there, and you're supposed to do that. That's God pushing you, but sometimes the body is also saying time out, and we got to balance that. But 310 days gives us weekends off usually, or a day here, a day there, and I've had to do that with this plan. But if you read a plan, a Psalm chapter, take them in order, and Proverbs, take them in order. You can do those. Now, Psalms will go nearly half a year, nearly. So, but Proverbs, you can do the entire book of Proverbs in 1 month, just reading them a chapter a day. So great stuff there in Proverbs. I mean, there are so many great verses, but this one especially, trust in the Lord with all your heart. Do not lean, on your own understanding. In all your ways, acknowledge him, and he will make straight your paths. May that be your verse of the day. All right, so we will sit here on the side, and anything you all have, love to hear, see. And again, Discord is open if you're so wishing to come in and converse via voice. 2 hours, 45 minutes to go. I would think this classifies as weird clouds. Not sure how to take this. Unless that is a cirrostratus layer, which that's possible. Spaceships, got it. They're opening their hangar bays up for us. Anyway. Yeah, I know. They are working diligently on this, the clouds. I get what some of the people were saying, how the clouds are weird in some areas. Yeah, they are. Unfortunately, every time I report a weird cloud to X-Plane, within a day or two, less than a week usually, from the ground, I see the same kind of clouding. Which then makes me wonder, do I really need to report it? Now, I know these boxes that, you know, that's, who knows what's causing that. But, yeah, overall, that's, you know, really how I've seen it. So, of course, not those boxes. I'm pretty sure I've not seen hangar bay-like boxes opening up and closing on them. So, oh, speaking of which, where are we? Legion. Okay, so we got to get past PPB. So our next turn to the west, our next fix will be where we climb it on up to 38,000. So, stay tuned. We've got a step climb coming here within the next 15 or so minutes. All right, folks, we just completed the step climb at LEGIN to 38,000, 2 hours out of our destination, and we're tracking along here pretty good. So I hope you enjoy the flight. Like I said, 2 to go, give or take, because when we start coming down, it'll start building again. But overall, it's been a really good flight. Great ATC out of Penang. And currently, I do not think there are any people waiting. No, just a few IGO flights up there. I don't know what airline that is. Not going to look it up. But we're reaching about the halfway point. So, oh, what did I click on? Hang on. There we go. I know what I did. Won't do that again. Okay, so yeah, we're getting close to the halfway point, and really has been a fun ride. I'm kind of glad now we chose not to go to Chennai, and instead went up here to, if I can get it, Mumbai, otherwise at one time called Bombay, India. Enjoy the flight. Any questions, comments? Sorry if I missed them. Was a little busy with some behind the scenes stuff I was working on. My apologies if I missed any comments and all, but this ought to be a fun flight. The arrival is ILS 27, and we'll bring the big old queen in here in for a landing on it. See you in about 2 hours, but we'll still be here. If you have any questions, comments, join us in Discord if you want. The channel is open, so feel free to hop right in. The water is warm. All right, folks, we are getting close to, first off, land ho, somewhere down beneath those clouds. But secondly, actually, we're still out over the ocean, but we're getting closer. Obviously, because the weather is actually now being interpreted. However, we got to cross the continent a little bit down here on the southern end of the peninsula, if you call this a peninsula, to get over to Mumbai. So we've had a couple aircraft pass by. I hope you saw them. Hope you enjoyed that interlude. Hope you are having a great day. I'm still working with Flight Factor on other issues, and maybe someday we'll get a reply. Not expecting one anytime in the near future. I have absolutely seen no traction on a post I made in their community support. So I'm hoping talking with the devs might point me in how to get this plane to fly, or to just get to where I can set it up. That's the big thing. And once we get it to set up, I know how to fly the doggone thing. So unless they've, yeah. Anyway, Flight Factor. Sounds a lot like Captain Sim. But anyway, and FlyJ Sim for that matter. So hopefully we get some resolutions here soon. So, but anyway, the Felis 747 flying an awesome flight from Penang, Thailand. And I actually didn't know that was actually an island. I thought it was actually the mainland. Over to, we're calling it Mumbai. We're calling it really whatever we can, because if you look up VABB, Victor Alpha Bravo Bravo, yeah, you try to pronounce that. They can, probably without batting an eye at it. Me? We'll have a war between the U.S. and India real quick. Because I will botch it so badly, and probably in a way offensively, and all of a sudden we're at war. So no, just kidding. Don't have that much power, but sometimes I feel like it with the way James talked of how the tongue can be so deadly, and in this case very deadly, because when you're talking different languages, different, oh man, just watch the spelling bee that just aired. What is today? Friday. So it would have been Wednesday, Thursday. The National Spelling Bee was on TV here in the States. Just watch these letters, these words, and you try to pronounce them before they do. Well, actually, you don't get to see them before they do, but you'll understand what I mean. Some of these words don't even pronunciate as they look. But it is what it is. But it was a great show. Another great show for those of you who might be looking for some really good entertainment on TV. Netflix, just in the last week or two, released a show called The Thunderbirds. And it's just a one. I thought it was multiple episodes, like the one, the guy that plays Rab on Jag many years ago. Those of you that may even know there was a show called Jag. He hosted like a 9-part series, something like that, for the Blue Angels. Well, this one's a one season, you know, basically start to certification, then the quick run through the season. And I mean quick. But really, it really is a good show. And as my dad kept saying, can't believe the photography. And boy, they really got some great shots from aircraft airborne with probably high-powered lenses, because they're not going to be able to get in that close with them doing what they were doing. But boy, were they really nice. Great job. Emmy worthy. I know I turned many of you off. Oh, if it's an award, then it really stinks. This one doesn't. If you're into aviation, you will enjoy this. So they really did a great job with it. So it's on Netflix. Look it up if you have it, and enjoy it. After we get done with the stream here, don't want any of you veering away from that. But anyway, we're on our way. Gonna be crossing into the mainland here, in the next 5-10 minutes. And then within about 20 minutes, we'll be starting in on the standard terminal arrival routing. Mulgo to Alpha for runway 27. And I'm here to tell you, it is still IFR in the land of India, and as you can tell below us. And we're going to have a pretty interesting approach, hopefully coupled up nicely. Bring her in for a good landing, hopefully. Hope you all have a great weekend planned ahead. Hey, it's technically, we just passed Memorial Day, and the meteorologists have already said it's summer, even though it's still a good 20, 25 days away. I hope you have a great weekend, though. Believe it or not, here's a funny ism. St. Louis has yet to break the 90-degree mark. There are many a year we busted in March or April. We've gotten all the way to June, and we're looking like the first week of June of not breaking 90. Although there is a day they're forecasting 89, so that could be the day that it actually does. But yeah, we have yet to see 90 degrees here, which is that is actually amazing. I don't know what the latest date is out there. Oh, I'm sure those TV meteorologists are all over it trying to figure out when was the latest we hit 90. Or was there a year where we didn't hit? And now they're going to say global warming, I'm sure. So, I'll never forget that on TV. Oh, sitting in minus something degree temperatures in Lodi, Ohio, south of Cleveland. Freezing, snowing. That's what you expect in the middle of winter, and the Weather Channel comes on, and global warming is hot and heavy. And I'm like, have you stuck your head out the window? I think Washington, D.C. was getting buried with snow. Oh, what an idiot. But anyway, that was hilarious. Global warming in the middle of a snowstorm. Yeah. I think that's when they began the change to climate change. Morons sometimes. All right, let's see what they want here. All right, folks, give me a second. Now I'm being told I have to actually open up a support ticket. Their customer support area, I guess, can't handle this. All right. All right, doing as requested from our lovely people. At Flight Factor. All right. All right. I don't know why they set up these community supports. I really think most of them are just their friends. They help out. Anyway, that's just my opinion because I don't get a lot of help out of them for any of them. So, although I've never had trouble with Felis, so I don't know how theirs works. But anytime I post a general question, boom. Usually it's the same guy that answers. Occasionally Felis, but sometimes it's usually, if anything, and that's a very rare time Felis does. Usually it's another gentleman that really helps me out. Helped me out in a couple of areas I didn't even know I was having trouble with. Speaking of trouble, we are over the continent of India. Is it a continent or country? Country. I had to think for a second. Wait a minute. It's a country, not a continent. India. And we're showing about 50 minutes to our designated target, Mumbai. And thank you for bearing with me through all of this stuff with Flight Factor. Oh, well. What are you going to get? Well, I was going to say for a bunch of volunteers, but the problem is you pay for this. And sometimes it's the service that's going to make or break you. Not the cost of a product. All right, Singapore Airlines over the country of India. And we are flying, mentioned this in the beginning of the show, the Amazing Race. It's a great TV show. Unfortunately, this season has completed. We're just flying out some of the legs they flew. They competed in places like Hong Kong, Osaka, and some other places right around that area. Bali, same thing down in Indonesia. We're working our way to Dubai. Now, granted, they mostly went through Singapore and then the long haul to Dubai. We're kind of hopping it to get to Dubai, and then we'll start the next leg. I wish we could do, competitions here, but we can't. So we're just having fun flying out each of the different legs they had and where they went. And it's quite interesting, to be honest with you. So, not sticking to the way they flew between places or traveled between places, but we're having fun because as a flight sim, we can do as we please. We're not relegated to what the airline can do. We can fly how we want. If we want to go direct, we go direct, even though there probably wasn't a direct flight. So, but anyway, it's a fun thing. It was like the life as a military brat. Following where I had lived gives you a pretty good, gives us some flights and some time to talk, especially when we lived overseas. So this is one of those, flying the Amazing Race. So can't wait for the next one. Wish it was tomorrow that it was starting, but no, actually Sunday, because I'll be more rested. But yeah, we enjoy flying these kind of routes. So hey, if you have an idea, join our Discord. I actually do have a Let me make sure I didn't get rid of it. I've been known to do that. Oh, we have a flight suggestions channel. So, give us some ideas. We love it. India is a place we don't normally frequent, so it's kind of neat when we do. Just north of here, of course, we've flown into Bhutan, Paro to be exact. Fun approach if you get a chance and want to have a little fun. But from here, you're looking at getting to Kathmandu and then over to Paro. I don't think you could fly an Airbus from Mumbai, but maybe you could. Well, in a flight sim, you could. Let's put it that way. So, all right. So, you can see the clouds here in X-Plane 12. I know they put out in their release a couple weeks ago. Actually, I think it was a week ago now. When did this come out? 5/22. Yeah, about a week ago. Known issues of cloud flickerings, shadows, and these cloud artifacts. Didn't know that's what they're calling. I guess that's the Borg-like clouds that we've seen occasionally here in the last week, or the well, today we saw what looked like UFOs with their hangar bays opening up. Occasionally you see that out there too. But yeah, they're trying to fix this flickering and other graphic core issues for those that use ortho and all of that. I don't. This is strictly, other than a handful of airports, folks, when you see flying with Mike landing at an airport, I'm going to tell you right now, except for about a half a dozen, if even that much, airports, they're all default. I do not add ortho. I think the scenery is fantastic, especially at altitude. Now, if you're flying VFR, y'all have a great reason to say, it could be better. Yes, I get it. But when you're talking a flight sim, I think what we see out the window, except for when we bust out the clouds, is fantastic. And the fact that other simulators, yes, still are buying airports. Why? You paid so much in the front end. So, anyway, if you fly IFR down low and great, yeah, I know, you're following roads. I get it. I follow roads. And maybe other sims do a better job at it. So, anyway, we are on our way. I will be right back. All right, folks, so we're about to start thinking about a descent. Look at these clouds, though, out there. Let's see how they look out the window back here with our passenger. They look better out front. Oh, getting the hiccups. I hate that. So, so yeah, they are really coming along here. And thankfully, and thank you, Austin, for not busting the bank on this, as others have. Let me do something here real quick. Let me use this one. I have a computer that time to time I check. I had a lot of people saying they'd love to be able to hear the outside. Well, the reason sometimes I don't run the outside so loud is so that you can hear the music. But I get it with the checklists and all, you'd like to hear them. I actually have listened to a couple of those videos. I hear you, and we're hoping you heard them this time. All right. Just checking my emails here real quick. Opened. Okay. Cool. All right, hang on a second. Let me click that. That. Oh, a new sim. Oh, like what the heck are they advertising at InBuilds? Oh, by the way, I don't know how many of y'all receive the xplane.org emails. Any of you have any of you yet downloaded the Clipper Boeing 314 Clipper? One of the original Pan Am Clippers, actual named Clipper. I'm trying to see, do I got a price tag on it? Really curious what you think of it for 40 bucks. Of course, the text makes it sound very juicy to buy. But navigating in any sim over the ocean can be daunting. So I'm curious if anyone has dabbled into the 314. Analogous DC-6 flyers. I know some of you out there flew PMDGs, DC-6, but never found out how well that was to navigate oceans. So, but yes. And if you're not familiar with the Boeing 314, it was an all-out seaplane. So basically you flew in the 30s, I think this plane flew. From like San Francisco, I don't know if they went to LA, but you went to Honolulu, Midway, Wake, Guam, and then either the Philippines, Japan, or places in the Far East. It was a very luxurious flight. And the other interesting thing to note, the cockpit was structured more like a ship's bridge, where the captain was like a ship's captain. It was an interesting breed that Pan Am went for on it. And I'm just curious if any of you have purchased it and what your thoughts are. I'd love to hear it in the chat. Come on, voice. The whole world would love to hear you. So I pushed it out to a friend of mine who very much into historic, well, anything Pan Am is historic, but the real history of Pan Am. And haven't heard back from him yet. What he thinks of it. Because both of us were talking how cool it would be. I'm just trying to figure out, with our limited resources, is it worth buying? Oh, my nose. All right, we're getting much, much closer. Let's get down here and check our FMCs. Top of descent lies, am I reading that right? 180 miles out. Let's verify. $116.6. All right, and we'll set this one to 270 while we're doing all of this, and I'm going to for now set that one up. Okay, hang on. Okay, so 338. Okay, we're set. We're set. Oh, no, we're not. Okay, now we're set up. All right, let's look at getting this plane ready to go. I'm going to bring charts in. We're going to go through the charts rather quickly, and then we're going to get the performance data set up. So currently, we are en route to Bogat and then Angela, which starts the Mulgo to Alpha arrival. At Mulgo, we need to be above 12,000, 9,000 by Dugd and 230. And we'll descend in order to get on the ILS appropriately. From there, you can see some really nice cumulus. Oh, you can't. Blocked. Sorry, I can't. Weather in Mumbai. Here, I'll just give it to you the easy way. I still don't get why it does that. Let me see if mine's doing it. No, it's not. I wonder why. Anyway, when is this? 30 at 19Z. 1930, so a little off. Mine up to date here 28 minutes ago, 240 at 7, gusts to 17, 3,000 in haze. So basically that is the same, just a little difference. Few clouds at 2,000, few clouds at 25, or scattered 2,500, broken 10,000, and they're reading the same, 29 and 10,004. All right, so landing today. So anyway, we're going to go Angela, Bedell, 12,000 feet by Mulgo, 9,000 by Doug, and then Lichta and MB 395, where we'll begin our intercept of the localizer. All right, that localizer, we're doing an ILS Zulu, which actually technically is right and wrong. It'll work. We are going to be intercepting well off the chart here, coming in at or above 2,900 feet. So we'll plan for 3,000 after Doug. And we're going to be at approach speed by CF 27 or CI 272. What are we calling that? DME 9.1, we're going to be at 2,900 feet, capturing the glide slope. So anyway, let's go through the chart. Across the top are your frequencies. We have two separate grounds. We'll see if they're even up. Localizer, we'll have plugged in when we start this. 110.3.270 for the heading course. Again, 2,900 at 9 mile out, and 230 MSL 207 above the ground. So it's approximately 23 feet above the difference. The runway is 23 feet above sea level. Straight away on the missed approach to 700, then climbing left turn 230 to 2600, turn back to Mumbai VOR, and we'll go into a direct entry for the hold. Left turns at 3,800 feet. Okay, pretty simple. Descent will be like you saw, down at or above 3,000 when we join, and then we'll track in, slowing the plane to about 200. And then as we draw closer to that 9 mile mark, we'll get her slowed to our approach speed. That's what's coming next. And then follow the localizer down. Currently, my best guess would be 800 feet a minute. High ALS2s, Pappy's on the left, and here's our minimums for today. 207 feet above ground level. So if the METAR is less than 300 feet, we're really iffy if we're, cleared to come in. We'll have to be very careful. 550 meters for visual sight, and so far all of that looks good on our METAR. All right, and finally, once on the ground, I don't know where we want to park. I'm figuring we're going to probably go to November 7, November 8, November 9-ish, even though they say they're closed. And I am going to take a stab. That's where we're headed. Let's take a look here. Yeah, that's where I'm going to head. I'm just going to head for here. It'll be close, quick turn to taxi and get us in. Okay, and I've got it saved. By the way, if you click the little thumbnail, it saves. All right, so that takes care of the charts. I hope a lot of you got a lot out of that. And this gives you an idea where we are in the country. All right, let's get out here, go to performance, landing. All right, landing runway is 11,300. 40 feet. 270. Calling it dry. 29. And yes, we have altered time. So it is technically morning, I believe, over there right now. So we very well could be seeing the normal temperatures. However, I'm not going to swear to it. 2965. Wow, that is low. And winds, we said 240 at 7. 240.7. All right, so what all of this did, we're coming in flaps 30. First off, let's load the data sheet. All right, so now, stop that. Here's our speeds for our flaps. 135's ref 140 is our approach speed. I'm going to do about 140, 150, to be totally honest. Maneuvering F1, flaps 1, flaps 5, flaps 10, flaps 20, 25. That's what each of these numbers are up here, your flap settings. Set your speed bugs. Now, we have to decide our auto brakes. 6,000 feet down that runway sounds pretty good to me. So we're going to come up here, go to medium. Okay, and that's what this page is all about. Now, we will have checklists to run. We'll start them in our descent. So here's what we have ahead of us. Okay, and I'm going to do a quick we are currently, it looks like 87 miles out, and I want to verify. All right, we're coming from 380. $26 times 3 is 78 miles. Let's call it 88 miles out. So, and that's from Molgo. So 39. All right, so 39. So about 65 miles out of Bidol, we'll begin, make sure we're descending. All right. Currently 40 more to go. All right, roughly. Okay, over here on the panels, let's make sure everything's set up. No messages, everything looks good. All right, we just passed Angela, and we're headed in. So I hope you've enjoyed this. We've got a little bit of activity showing on the radar. See if it still shows 50 miles ahead of us. All right. So again, hopefully I really hope you've enjoyed it. So it's been a great time. Well, actually, we've been streaming nearly 5 hours, and hope it's been enjoyable. Singapore 572 about to start descent into Mumbai. About 20 more miles to go. Let's see how it's reading out here. They're saying about 45, 50 miles. I'm going with about 20. So that'll be good. We can cushion at 12,000 and then begin our 9,000 descent. And again, hope y'all have a great weekend planned ahead of you. Many are coming out of school or out of school at this point. I really hope you have a great break from school. Those of you who have to go back in August, September. Those of you in college, wish you the best if you're graduating. If not, hope you enjoy the break till next time you go back. All right, we're getting close. I'm going to set 12,000 in the box up here. Really hate when it does that. Okay, we're starting down. Okay, hope y'all are ready. Okay, we're 140 miles out of the airport right now. Gonna hope that track-in 338's gonna be pretty close to our number. And our ILS again was 110.3. And we're set to 70. Transition here is 6,000 feet. Okay. All right, coming up, I'm going to go ahead and got about 15 minutes to go. Let's all right, here we go. All right, minimum, well, our obstacle altitudes are 5,600 in this sector, 6,000-ish, and then dwindling off to pretty much we're okay. So we're crossing some mountains here in the middle. Well, in this part of the middle. Nice lake right off to the left side there of the cockpit. All right, so we're currently 1004. Got our radar altimeter, so we'll open these.
Approach checklist, please.
Seatbelts and shoulder harness.
Check.
Seatbelts and no smoking signs.
On.
Anti-ice.
Off.
Exterior lights.
Check.
Outer brakes.
Medium.
Radio INS switches.
Radio.
Flight director computer selectors.
Check.
Brake pressure.
Check.
Altimeters.
1013. Set and cross-check.
Landing data, EPR and airspeed bugs.
Set and cross-check.
Seatbelts and shoulder harness. Check. Fuel panel. Check. Fuel heat. Wait. Off. EPR computer. Go around. Cabin altitude. Check. Circuit breakers.
Hawker 125 in
Approach
with the
checklist
emote
completed.
bombing. Holy mackerel. Think he's just gone wacko out there. Welcome aboard. How's it going there, Hawker? Well, I'm glad you stopped in, Hawker. Hope you're having a good time what you're doing, and enjoy. We're glad to have you aboard. We're about 10 minutes or so out. For those here, good time to throw in a prediction. And we're going to be making the call to ground personnel there. Let them know we're coming in so we know what gate, even though we kind of know already. Think we're going to head for like A4. Okay, altitude select is on and green over there. We're about to make the turn to Dugd and then up to Leicta and the MB395. All right, we're getting her slowed down. Yeah, I know, a little early to 250. When we make the turn here, we'll start a nice, easy descent to 3,000 feet we need. So nice and gentle to Doug. And again, slow to 230. All right, 3,000 meters in haze, broken layer at 10,000. So technically we should be below 10,000, be able to see it. Technically, once we get close enough to the field. Okay, there's 250. All right, here we go. Hi, CEO. What's going on, Hawker?
Ten thousand.
All right, folks, we are getting close to Doug. We'll make a turn to the north, and then we'll make a turn to the east, then on to final.
Cabin crew, prepare for landing.
Ladies and gentlemen, to prepare for landing, please fasten your seatbelt. Adjust the back of your seat in the upright position and stow your tray table. Stow your luggage in the luggage bin or under the seat in front of you. Our cabin crew will make a final check and pick up any remaining cups and glasses.
All right, folks, we are going north now to Lichta, and then we'll be turning to 088. We're very close. We're 25 miles out from the airport, and we'll be grabbing the ILS here as quickly as we can.
Cabin ready. All right, let's take this into landing now. So we're heading out to our approach fix. And these mountains.
I think we're going to come on down to 3,000 while turning.
Flaps 5.
All right, here we go. All right, here we go, folks. We got to make a 4,000. Let's go ahead, turn 310. All right, so hopefully y'all can hear me, and we're about to turn on to the localizer. Slow to 180. Give me another layer of flaps.
Flaps 10.
Okay, there's the ILS capture. $18 miles out.
Alive.
Terrain, terrain. Pull up.
Okay, we are firming up on our localizer here. We are about to slow to final approach speed. And all the muck in front of us is called haze. All right, let's set, what did we call it? $150. Set 160 for now. Okay, we're tracking with the autopilot, the ILS. I'll take over once I see the runway.
Flaps 20.
Spoilers armed. Gear will get about 9 to 10 miles out. Okay, go back to checklists. Flight start, everything's set. Okay.
Gear down. Gears down, green light. Flaps 25. Flaps 30.
Landing checklist.
Gear.
Down and check.
Down and check. Flaps.
Flaps 30.
Flaps 30. Spoilers.
Armed.
Ignition.
Flight start.
Anti-skid.
Check.
Altimeters. 1004. Set and cross-checked. Landing checklist completed.
Okay. Now we just need to be able to see a runway. And that could be as close as 3,000 meters. Is there a translation for that? Nope. Kind of wish they would. What's 3,000 meters? Okay, I've got the speed control now. Just need to see runway environment. Okay, I'm starting to see the ground. Okay, there's the water. Well, no. Okay, 1,100 feet. Really starting to see the ground.
1,000.
We'll be landing shortly. Please make sure your seatbelts are securely fastened.
Think I've... No, I don't. Thought I had runway environment, but I don't. Now I do. Mumbai traffic, Singapore 572, short final 27.
Approaching minimums. Minimums.
Landing.
$50, $40, $30, $20, $10.
Check reverse.
take the next one.
Auto brake off. Out, off, reverse. 60 knots.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to our destination airport. Please remain seated until the captain has switched off the fasten seatbelt sign.
All right, welcome to Mumbai. We're off at November 8th. And Mumbai traffic, Singapore 572 is off 27. November 8th to the ramp. Actually, I'm going to...
After landing checklist.
Brake pressure.
Check.
Body gear steering.
Arm.
Auto brakes.
Off.
Ignition.
Off.
Engine and wing anti-ice.
Off.
Radar and transponder.
Standby.
Flaps.
Up.
Spoilers.
Down.
Stabilizer trim.
7 units.
Outflow valves. Open. Pressurization mode selector. Manual. Aft cargo heat. Off. APU. Check. Checklist completed.
Cockpit to ground. Put the chocks on.
Chocks are on.
Cockpit to ground. Connect ground power.
Ground power connected.
All right. Things got fun on the ground again. All right, I did not see our landing rate, but hang on a second. PIREP has been filed, so let's see what we can see. $170 a minute by the smart cars. Wow. All right, let's see if the other ones are in line. Let me just do a quick look back. Don't show it. Okay. Let's bring in Elevatech. And completing the flight. All right, 5-hour, 46-minute flight. That doesn't seem right. I'm only showing 4. Oh, flight time 3:53. Okay. And we did 184 at 138 and 1.12. Yeah, again, I know, wrong aircraft. We'll get that set up. We just didn't have a good image yet. Azul, which plans is this? This is the Felis 747. Anyone out there that likes history and would love to fly a plane like this, there's how you get a hold of it. But welcome in, Azul. We sure appreciate you. And as always, I don't think I've ever come into this place and it hasn't looked like this. Oh, I got lights on.
Cabin crew, disarm slides.
All right. Well, the slides obviously are dismantled because we have the door open and about to start unloading. Hang on a second. All right, again, there's a nice look at a mucky day here in Mumbai. Like I said, I have never, ever flown into here without it looking like this. And I don't know why I can't ever catch a good day. But anyway, it was fun. I am doing great. Glad to hear you're happy to be here. Thank you, sir. Glad to have you aboard. And we are doing great. All right, we're going to bring in the official tracker of Flying with Mike. That is some toolkit. There's a lot going on with this. Why I like this. One is this landing report you get. Hands down, to me, this is the best flight tracker out there. I know many of you love Volanta. Elevatech will follow along the same route, I have a feeling. But when you see us get into this landing report, you're going to see why I like it. By the way, I have yet to run into anything you have to pay for in SimToolkit, unlike Volanta. Okay, so you're going to get what you're used to with Volanta coming up here with the details. Boom. You don't learn anything from this. You have no idea where you touched down, no idea what your metrics were of your aircraft. I appreciate that, Azul. It was a 4-hour flight, which I think is what we saw before I reset. 1,800 miles, 42 kilograms of fuel, 42,000 kilograms. Let's get that right. 1.12 on the G's, 131 feet per minute, 138 for our speed. Like I said, that's what you get. Now, here's what you get with a free SimToolkit. I'm learning a lot more just by that picture. You know, a picture tells 1,000 words. That one says a lot right there. A whole bunch. You're late, but you're here. So, anyway, real quick, ICAO standards are in play here. So this is your displace threshold. You can take off, but you're not supposed to land in here. This is your threshold bar. This is from this point where the blue dot is. Reference to airplane. Anyway, from this line forward down the runway is where you're supposed to land. Now, each hash mark you see is 500 feet. So here we're talking 1,500 feet. These are what you aim for on your landing. Not going to say you're going to hit that mark, but that's where you're aiming for. But as long as you stay within the portion of your landing zone, which is your hash marks here, you've landed decently. We landed decently. We're about 2,200 feet down the runway, 6 feet off the center line. That, folks, is what I'm talking about when I say trying to learn what did I do right, do wrong. Right there, that picture alone is a million words. On the left side, you're going to see the metrics behind it. Yes, there's what we already knew at the bottom. But right here, you're heading 267, 270, and I believe we had a wind on here. So there's your correction. And folks, we hit it just like we were supposed to. And then, of course, you could run the replay mode, which comes with X-Plane, and see it. But that is why SimToolkit to me is probably the best flight tracking program out there. Aside from the fact there are no pieces to it that you pay for that I've come across. Nothing has ever told me they need my credit card for that. Unlike Volanta. Wrong button. Whoa, there we go. All right, so that, folks, was a fantastic flight. I've got to say I enjoyed that 100%. Let's get the plane unloading. Wrong one. We need to go payload. Unload. And that'll start the peeps on their way out. And also, by the way, when the cargo hits 0, those doors will close automatically, just like they did when the aircraft loaded earlier. So, but it's going to take a while for the stragglers to come off. But anyway, welcome to Mumbai. I hope you enjoyed. I really think I'm in the wrong gate. And darn it, I think I did this before and said the same thing. So, I guess I'm flying for Delta. But anyway, or was it United? I forget. Anyway, so I'm thinking where I should be, hang on, is probably way over yonder. But, oh well, you can barely see the ramp from here. Wow. I'm going to have to look up what 3,000 meters is. All right, what do you all say for a second flight? Oh, did he say second flight? I'm kind of up for it. What do you all think? Especially those of you late to the party. Hang on. Oh, there it is. Okay, well, you know what? I think we are going to kick it off. You parked it the wrong. I've done it many a times. All right, let's see where we are on the unload. And what I'm going to do is kind of close this stream out for YouTube. And then we're going to across the airport to a real gate. Oh, Zul, you're having too much fun there. Did you drink Delta's coffee again? Anyway, so bear with me as the plane empties out. We are going to set up for a little bit of a surprise teaser I have set here. So as you can see, the cargo's unloaded at least. The people, well, you know, they're still straggling off the plane. Yes. All right, sir. Well, whoop, whoop, whoop. There we go. There we go. Well, stand by while we get this set up. Like I said, everyone hold tight. Don't think the stream's over. Just hold it. You're on the ground, but still flying. I don't even want to know what's in the coffee. So we'll be right back. YouTube, yes, we're going to close out for you. And we'll start another stream up for you as well, so you can see this as well. It's all recorded anyway, so that's why. So bear with me as we walk out of here for about a 2-minute period with the music, and we'll be right back.